Alright, folks. It's the 24th day, and it is also December 24th. As a lot of people around the world would have it around this time zone, I suppose. It's Christmas Eve, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful family gathering of sorts and looking forward to the holidays, or are currently enjoying the holidays depending on your time zone, right? So yesterday we had another guest, inspiring youth from Latvia, also enjoys Oath, a little side of League of Legends, right? We had a little conversation about largely learning process, right? Learning process and education. Something that I find very a topic that I think about all the time, most of the time, in some way, because I do love enjoying talks about how to educate and communicate with people about differing perspectives. Right, so today I think we're gonna tweak it a little going into the last week of this retraining, right? Just as a little bit of a summary going into last week, right? We started being unable to sustain 120 BPM, so it's been a long trip, right? 24 days, and this has become wildly longer than I initially thought of. And in order to get back on track, we're going to do something to speed up the format, right? So I think this time for today, I'm gonna go 120 and up to 185 for the whole warm-up thing, right? We're keeping the same mindset. Just keep our fingers moving, stay loose. The entire goal is to not stiffen up when you go up to 185. And to describe that stiffen up feel, it's as though one of your fingers stop alternating, right? It feels like you're just, every time you're thinking about moving one of your fingers, both of them move. That's kind of the whole stiffen up thing. So we're gonna try to get to 185 without stiffening up. And this time we're gonna cut it a little bit shorter and use distinct BPMs. I might just randomly pick one out of just willy-nilly. So like I have multiple ones of various BPMs. We're just gonna do one as we step up. And then we're going to do the same thing stepping down. I might land on the same one, I might not land on the same one. It's kind of like a 33% for some and a 50-50, right? So that will speed up the format. I feel that I don't necessarily need the time to adjust is something that is taking a little bit longer, and that's going to be an area that's for another time. So that will speed up the format. I mean, in week 1 and 2, the format was very short because we were only able to do like 1 or 2 BPMs. Now it has ballooned into an extraordinarily long session, so I still want to keep it below 2 hours. And on top of that, we're gonna attempt to do something I've been curious about. So, when I stream, I typically want, so the whole staying loose as I warm up, it's really just to make sure that my fingers are alternating. Now there is a conversion mod on Oath Laser that actually enforces not being able to hit the same key twice in a row. Now there are trade-offs to doing this. However, I'm really curious what it looks like, or if they're ultimately, for myself, using this conversion mod will change the visual feedback to my physical feedback, right? So I don't know what's going to happen, but I think going into last week, we're going to use this alternate mod and then maybe in a little down the road, I'll take it off, maybe on the last day or two, and see what happens. One thing to be said when you're placing more restrictions on your physical, right, or visual stuff is that sometimes this can just as likely act as a crutch than an asset in training. What I'm gonna specifically focus on is to see what happens when this happens. I can think of two likely scenarios. If this is suggesting that I can't use the same key twice in a row, one scenario that it can create is that if I mistap, like double tap, right? Like, for example, the very noticeable frequency of hand stuttering. If I smash both keys, it will only count one of them. Now that's it can create a different type of feedback. It can also delay the next tap. So there's like I can think of 2 or 3 outcomes that kind of will give me mixed results, and I'm just curious. What I'm using this for, though, my curiosity about the conversion initially was that how often do I actually tap on the same keys? Looking at the key overlay and just every time I look over when the song ends and, you know, I have time to rest and look at the numbers, the end numbers, which suggests that there's about an even split on the actuation, especially when I'm not stiffening up. There are points where I do stiffen up, and you can see the key actuation separation. So I'm curious how this works. I'm also curious how it tracks on the key overlay. So, like, for example, if you hit the same key, does it count 2 strokes anyways on the key overlay? We'll see. So from now, for the next couple days, we'll be having the conversion mod alternate and no fail on. That's part of the training preset. Alright. Take a little, let's hydrate a little bit here. On a separate note, I'm a little bit stuffy today. That can very well impact my focus. Okay. Well, obviously, as expected, it doesn't really change at the bottom because I have the dexterity to alternate, right? The alternate conversion will be interesting when when I begin to have a dexterity failure. And that's usually around 160 plus. The stuttering, you probably notice 1 or 2 stutters in there. And that's when the ring finger drops down a little bit earlier than it should, and you can hear like a closer gap. But what happens, I call them stutters because mechanically, like psychologically, what I'm doing in my head is still the same. I didn't lose any focus. And what happens is it stutters, but then it immediately locks back into the same BPM. When you see me, when I speed up and slow down, it will be at least 3 or at least 2 repetitions, right? 4 buttons in a row that's either early or late. And I can't, there's no really trickery that I can think of at the moment that can help alleviate these muscular twitches that happen. And they've been present since I've ever, like, everything. Like, this isn't like a phenomenon that is related to OS in general. It's pretty much everything. I've noticed that quite a lot in my life, so it's just something that is very normal that's worth pointing out. It is very different from finger locking. Finger locking is the thing we're going to see when there's a dexterity fail. But generally speaking, there's really no dexterity problems below 160. The random places where there's like a double tap or a sun early change is something that I've come to understand and accept about my own biology. Oh, the beginning there was a little bit of a stutter. However, there's also another pattern that does occur quite often, and that's when you have early on time, early on time. And the early or the mistimed one is typically the ring finger. And that's something we're trying to train as well, because the ring finger is not in the same timing as our middle finger at the moment. So whenever there's like an on time, off time, on time, off time, like on off pattern, that's, I think my ring finger is on time, but it really isn't. That's kind of a thing that requires some training. And the whole like muscular stuttering thing, I like to believe that with enough training, if I were to continue this stuff, maybe it'll subside or become a little bit steadier. And adapting to BPM changes like this is quite difficult for me. However, going up, again, the main focus is to stay alternating. And it looks like the experience with the alternate conversion is not... it checks out right now, because I have no problems alternating. And I love that they started adding, you know, all these little icons. One thing I was thinking of when I was playing just now is it would be nice if I could be able to display the mods on the top right the entire time. They only show when you start, and then they disappear on screen. It would be nice for me to be able to display it somehow. I'll have to look into the options if there is a place to do that. I would not be surprised if there is an option for it, and I just don't know where it is at the moment. Oh, and we're skipping BPMs now. So we're going... I like this song a lot, so I actually quite like both of these. Although this edges out a lot of times. So now let's pick a 140. Well, we'll go with this. It's quite peaceful. I have a definitely have a lot more ear training when it comes to things like this and this. Not so much things like this. I got used to it though, so there's a... You can acquire enough ear training for it. And of course, the goal still is just to keep the figures moving without stiffening up. And with the accelerated warm-up, it will become less and less consistent and take longer and longer to adapt, because BPM changes typically take me a little bit, like maybe on average 30 seconds to actually adjust to new BPM. Alright. We'll use this one. Okay, so there is a visual indicator for when you tap the same key, and it causes the cursor to blink red, and it's very noticeable, so it's quite useful actually. Obviously, at this point I would have played 6 or 7 times now moving up, so there was a little bit of stiffness. The whole goal of getting warmed up is hopefully to get to 185 without overall feeling like I'm triggering the alternate conversion. And clearly it's around 150. That's a little earlier than I think, but it could also be to how much quicker I'm hitting 150 for the day. It'll likely subside when I do this a couple of times. Maybe by day 2 or 3 into this last week. This pace will be fairly reasonable. This one's going to be a little bit rough. Just getting here without really extra playtime for the day. I do expect lots of locking, or yeah, more or less locking, because the dexterity, the warm-up is just very, very quick. Yeah, there's definitely some noticeable stiffness here. Okay. We'll use this one. That wasn't as... that was not as terrible as I thought it was going to be. I was surprisingly, alright. The red indicator on the cursor is really, really nice, actually. I might increase my cursor size because of it. Let's increase my cursor size. At some point, removing the conversion is ideal. But for now, where's cursor size? Here it is. Oh, and we can look for the mod thing. I don't think so. But we're gonna increase this though. Let's just go to 1x. Let's double the size. And I don't think there's anywhere that shows to keep the mod shown. That might actually be in the skin customization section. I'll do that another day. Possibly. Okay. I gotta get used to the cursor size now. It can become a distraction. There's a few reasons why my cursor size is the size it is. But we'll adjust. Yeah. So you when you tap, it turns red, and that's a great. I think that's a useful tool for me, anyways. It will definitely tell me how frequently I am having a dexterity failure while going up. So I think from now on, doing warm-ups with that on is ideal because it gives me a visible indicator of how often, so I can like rely on my intuition on seeing how frequently the red proc comes up. We'll use this one. So warming up, I can visibly demonstrate, I suppose, to my sub and anyone who's curious, the whole goal, like the visual readout that I'm looking for, is not to have my cursor blink like a siren, right? If it's like blisteringly red, that's what I'm trying to avoid as I get to 185. So the goal of going from 120 to 185 on warm-up is hopefully in the long run that cursor's frequency in me triggering the conversion, right, the alternate conversion, becomes less and less as I warm up. It's independent of whether I'm accurate or not, because obviously you saw that when we were playing this, I was able to successfully speed way past the window and like a chain miss without triggering the alternate. So that's more of finger control as opposed to dexterity problems with finger locking. It's a finger control specific thing, which is expected since I'm not really focused on finger control at the moment. I think it's a very, very useful conversion mod. Yeah, so pretty kept to a minimum, and I didn't stiffen up or anything. The thing I'm talking about when stiffen up, there'll be like the cursor will just be blasting red. So there's maybe like we're gonna say 5 seconds of the cursor flashing red, then that is me straining. It's that's what I mean by stiffening up. So the visual indicator will be very, very obvious because my cursor will be blisteringly red over and over again in a short consecutive period of time. So there, even though the ACK was like non-existent, right? Because that's not the focus right now. I didn't trigger the conversion mod, the alternate mod, all that too often. It's occasional here and there, which lines up with stuttering as well. So it's kind of hard to know if it's a dexterity fail, which is probably not. It's generally my usual stuttering that occurs. Oh, it's nice. I think it's quite nice. Now I have a visible indicator, and it does actually cut down on explaining things as well. So if someone was, say, looking, there's definitely a visual indicator for that. I might actually... The downside to this is only for a training-like session when you're only doing specific things. Because technically, I mean, this conversion, the alternate mod, is very useful if someone full alternates. Unfortunately, I don't. So this only applies to streaming. It doesn't actually apply to start, stops, bursts, because the first note is going to repeat. And the first note will always be a miss if I kept this on in any other way. But for this, it's actually really, really useful. This is the only case use for it at the moment. For myself, personally, obviously. If you're a player that alternates all the time, that's a fantastic way to determine if you have a dexterity failure. Yeah. So not too many. I don't think there was any place where I was having trouble. Just the occasional blips here and there. which is in line with what I think is happening. Now I have a visual indicator for it. So I wasn't just making it up, right, as I go. Sometimes relying on intuition and feeling can be, as one expects, unreliable sometimes, right? Based on how you feel, emotions and intuition can sway back and forth with your overall mood. I expect to see the proc on alternate as we get into the endurance section, which is 170 plus, more often, right? As you're going up. As I'm going up, I expect a dexterity fail to be more and more prominent. Or more and more likely to happen. It will happen more often as we're dropping down. Generally speaking, if I'm focused on finger control, there's higher chances of me losing track of just keeping my finger loose. So right now, it's probably less than it usually is when I'm playing, like focusing on accuracy. The only thing I'm focused on right now is just getting my pointer finger and ring finger to alternate. I'm kinda sort of paying attention to trying to stay on time. It's very secondary. Yeah, so... Oops, that's the same button. Yeah, that will happen. If I leave it on and allow single tapping to happen, I typically I do alternate, and then the finger I end on, I single tap for the next one. So it's like single tap, alternate, single tap, then single tap on a different hand, and that's why that last note was blocked out. It was okay. It took me a lot longer to get adjusted, so near the last 30 seconds is when I got used to the 168. We're going really quick. Like, this is a lot faster than I usually. Let's... This one's pretty hype, so I kinda need a little bit of energy here. Definitely much less strenuous not going through all of the other maps I have on here. It's less consistent, obviously. However, it's less mentally exhausting. I feel like I haven't even started yet. It took me a lot longer that time. It's to be expected. And then... I think in the long run, just pulling up a I don't know, a tapping browser thing and just doing 3 or 4 sessions of tapping as loosely as you can possibly do for, say, 30 seconds. I would probably put a minute on myself. 2 minutes is too much. So 1 minute, and do it 3 times. So 1 minute, as loose as possible tapping, and then just having an indicator of where your BPM is, right? You can probably pull a web browser up with a tapping recorder for the BPM speed or the click speed, and just go, hold for a minute, rest, hold for a minute, rest, go, and then just circumvent all this warm-up. However, I kind of like listening to music and listening to the tracks over and over again. And then there's this, you know, very convenient in-game tracking. So I do it this way as a way to provide some enjoyment to myself on top of doing it. If I were really strapping down for pragmatic data collecting, I would probably replace all of this warm-up that we're doing now with just like a standard browser thing that records the inputs, and then you just move as fast as possible back and forth for a minute, rest, a minute, rest, a minute, rest, and we're ready to go. And we would start at the top, or we would start at wherever the BPM readout or the click readout was. You might have to convert it because it might not, the app you're using might not convert it. So generally speaking, the fastest you can when you're loosely recorded, that's where I would start. So if one day I'm 175, I would just start with 175 and go down. And eventually I feel like that would be the routine that I would use. For now though, we're gonna test this and follow through and then summarize on the 31st day. Alright. We're going to pick this one. Yeah, that's what it looks like when we're reaching dexterity failure. And then endurance is gone too. So you just see the cursor hit red a lot of times. It was actually my ring finger that was failing. I could feel it. Man, that is a much more accurate representation of what's actually going on. You actually get feedback from the not being able to keep up as well. So you kind of see a separation in endurance and the dexterity fail. So like I obviously have enough endurance for this, but there's a dexterity fail by seeing the indicator, and it's actually, it eats the input, so it also shows that how the impact of dexterity failing compared to endurance. This one's gonna be red for days, as red as Santa's outfit. This is all fail. This is the capstone, right? It's too long. I don't have enough endurance for this. And we've already reached the point of dexterity failure. So what that would look like is probably the cursor keeps turning red and everything will be slower. Slower than... So because we can no longer double tap, right? Accidentally double tap, there's no way of getting back on time. So the idea is the vast majority of all the notes will be registered as late. If I have a complete endurance failure and a complete dexterity failure, I would say at least over 50% of the notes are going to be late. Because you can't smash through it anymore because of the alternate conversion. So I get a visual feedback on that too. So I can now distinguish using the mod between the two things. Visually. And metrically, I suppose. It's not what I thought was gonna happen. I feel like there were other ways it could end up. But this is a very useful visual indicator. I wonder how I'm gonna use the single tapping mod. I'm curious, because there's a conversion for single tapping as well. Huh. It's responsive though. I was thinking maybe there's a delay in registering the key input, but no, it's working perfectly fine, I think. I don't know what happens if, say, like you use it on someone who's like a 260 or 300 BPM person. Is it as sensitive as possible? Okay. I'm genuinely, so far, there's not a single day I tell myself I'm ready for this. It's not even close. Right? This is the absolute pinnacle of failure. In the current state I am, this is the point of absolute failure. For a good thing, because it matches where I think I am. No amount of endurance, everything I have. Yeah, everything's late because I can't even keep up with endurance. For a split second in the beginning. Yeah. So I tried my best to not trigger the alternate, and largely it was about the same percentage. Like it went up most definitely, but it felt closer to 175 in all the other ones. So the cursor turned red every, I would say on average every 5 to 6 seconds. That's about where it is. To frame what this means is, I typically, from this, it means about what I think it does. Where if I were to play a song that is around 185 BPM and 190, I'm okay with doing like 10 note burst at most, right? On average. And anything greater than like 10 notes just falls apart. So that's a great way to illustrate how to translate some of the, at least to me, how to translate some of this. So to make sense of it. And I generally, my comfort zone is between 180 and 190. And when there are streams and they're like long streams, it completely fails, which kind of checks out. Even if it's on a different finger, generally, it's a complete failure past this point. I think from time to time, 190 and 200 is okay for short periods in songs. But generally speaking, this checks out with everything, right? We're always plus. The vast majority should be plus, because the alternate conversion makes it impossible for me if I were to focus on alternating, which is keeping my fingers loose. Most of them would come late because there's no way to catch up once I fall behind. And that kind of shows very well. So, vast undershooting. Right. Very helpful. That kind of finishes up our warm-up. And now we're gonna rest a little bit. And try to step down and see if we can relax into it. And when we relax into it, or at least when I relax into it, accuracy typically goes up because it feels like I'm slowing down most of the time, or I'm slowing down after doing something higher. It allows me to be loose but also give me that feeling that I can be loose while focusing on something else, like accuracy, or focusing on being on time. We'll see how well it goes. I did feel quite a bit of strain, which was evident in the blinking cursor. Alternating wasn't too bad. Clearly I can't alternate 185 for that long, since it was all undershooting while the cursor was not blinking red. Now I would kind of expect the cursor to turn red more often, actually, when I start to focus on accuracy, because there will be hesitation and there'll be finger control involved, and finger control can fluctuate when I'm focusing on it, as opposed to just making sure not to hit the same key back to back. The first couple will still be tough because they're outside my dexterity range. So I don't really change my mindset too much. Going down to 170. Like all the way down to 170, I don't really change my mindset too much. It's still just staying loose. Yeah, that's about exactly what I expect. It's a perfect smooth curve. So in the beginning, I was able to sustain it and be on time, right? Because I had enough dexterity to know what the timing is. So for the first like 20 seconds, I would say it was completely on time. And then my stamina, my dexterity starts failing as I'm focusing on just alternating, and it starts slowing down and slowing down. And then the moment I start missing notes, missing alternating, I can never catch up again. So that's kind of exactly what happened. And it's kind of nice to see that because it's completely different from when I'm only focusing on certain things. So I was trying to focus on being on time and maintaining a consistent BPM. So I consistently slowed down. It was like all on time, then it started becoming blue. Starting becoming all green, and then suddenly all of them are yellow because I basically literally slowed down. I could only maintain, I would say, it kind of felt like 173, something like that. Between 173 and 175 was as fast as I could go consistently near the end of the song. And obviously, actually, it's probably less. I mean, it's probably closer. Maybe it's like 176-ish. Because you have to remember that occasionally the note drops and then it resets, right? So I was slowing down quite a bit. And I can't go any faster consistently. So that time I was focused on being consistent. When I stepped down, I tried to focus on being consistent as opposed to just willy-nilly trying to go back and forth as fast as I can. When I'm going back and forth faster than I can, generally the map would be pretty scattered. It'd be early, late, if there's no endurance problems, right? And the dexterity component is trying to be consistent regardless if you're too slow or too fast. You're just trying to be consistent. So you're trying to hold the highest sustainable BPM you can. And if there was a different graph that's on here, it would be nice to show, again, I think it's kind of like a personal request where you can select the graph distribution based on from what period in the song to what other period. So like I would love to show the first 30 seconds. The distribution would be probably around the middle. And then the next 30 seconds, it probably shifts over here. And then the last like minute would shift all the way to the right, as expected. Especially with this mod on. So let's pick a different song. Let's do this one while we're going down. And ideally, it would be nice if I stayed like early and late-ish, around 0 for 175, but I think I'm still slightly exhausted below 175. So near like the 1 minute period, it'll probably slow down even more. And that's kind of the idea of stepping down. Eventually, if you step down aggressively enough, you'll hit your BPM that you're able to sustain long enough. And it feels good. That's where you kind of want to work on your dexterity. Right now, I think for 175, I'm still at the same mindset. From what I saw here, I'm not going to be able to do this one either while focusing on being consistent. Yeah, that's about where I thought it was going to be. So after 1 minute, I was early, late, but I was generally early and late around 0 for like a minute and a half, and then I started slightly tensing up when trying to maintain the same thing, and everything just shook and all that stuff. That's fine. It's definitely where it's not exciting, but it's also not disappointing. Just kind of is. I guess we're dropping down to this. This, I think I can do. I think I'm okay here. This will be okay. It's also on the shorter side. It might still be rough in the last 20 seconds. When I'm stepping down, I think one of the ideal places I want to be at is that I'm always at the edge. Like, my endurance, I should be very, very close to stiffening up. The reason why that's important to me is it serves as a mental mind-body connection to know where I am. So whenever I finish, as I'm stepping down and getting more exhausted, I want to be at the edge of all of these BPMs. Once that edge disappears, then I move up, as in I move the bar higher. So hopefully that I always include something that puts me over the edge momentarily. And then I step back into a comfort zone. So warming up is gonna always be discomforting, right? So I increase and push myself all the way to the point of the safest discomfort I can have. Then I step down and hope that I lean away from that discomfort and settle into a comfort zone. And then that comfort zone is where I practice dexterity. I don't think this is very different from how I train physically, so for what it's worth, you can definitely apply this to a lot of things, both mentally and physically. How I learn is also very similar to this. Like if I were to learn a language, I go through the same periods. For example, learning language, I have to reach a period where I feel like I'm incompetent or I'm making mistakes. If I don't ever make mistakes, I wouldn't know where my limit is. So when I'm doing like hard math problems or science stuff, I have to reach a point where I am confused or I don't know what I'm doing or I'm juggling too much. A period of discomfort, then I settle back in. And then review. So it's often go in, do something, usually start with things you know, then go into things you don't know, then come back to things you do know, and then summarize. It's the same approach here. Stiffen up in the middle, and then I kind of sort of rested a little bit, and then stiffen up near the end. But the beginning is pretty clear. It's for the first 40 seconds or so. It was very. I was able to maintain finger control and being loose at the same time. Then it kind of just tensed up in the middle, and then I kind of got it back a little bit, and then the tension came back. So not quite 171 yet. Let's go with this song. Going down. We can hear the cat meow. I'll wait a little bit. There it is. So overall, the alternate mod ended up not being a crutch, which I was kind of afraid of. It has far more practical uses for my use case than not. So I'm going to use this for the remainder of the retraining. There are definitely things that it's soft compensating for. However, those things aren't very important in this case, so it's not really big a deal. Compared to actually seeing what happens when you remove single tapping, when you remove double tapping, which is nice. It's an indirect way to remove double tapping. But generally, it's nice to visually see what happens when your finger fails to move. That was okay. So, we're getting close. So this is what the graph typically looks like when there's no endurance check and there's a dexterity check. So dexterity means that, to me, is closer, is a closer component of finger control. So the other component is being able to like move back and forth, and that's more of an endurance thing. So I was able to relax, but what happens is you get this distribution. It's a normal distribution, which there's early and late, right? Early and late periods. But the idea is that it's centered around 0. It's not a graph that looks like it's either all getting closer to the right or getting closer to the left. So this is what typically I would expect when I don't have a alternating failure, right? Like some mechanical failure from not being able to separate my hands, but I have finger control issues. Ideally in this between 170 and 160, I want to close this up and make it closer and closer together, right? So it's about where it is. There is merit to echoing what someone said earlier about how they want to visually see that happening. So a visual way of doing that is to adjust your diff to increase, accuracy, or what's formerly known as the OD. Nowadays, on the OS laser screen, OD is now referred to as AC, the accuracy component. So you can increase it and then visually create the edge if you want. I don't want to constantly move my mods back and forth, so diff adjustments would constantly have to change as I'm going out, so I'm not doing that per se. If I were specifically focusing on accuracy, I'd probably do OD accuracy constraints over and over again, so I can visually also see if I'm near the edge or not. Which generally I would say accuracy around 8 is my edge. Anything around 8 is very, very difficult. And if I were doing rank play, it would be around 8. 8 and less. 8 and greater is not enough. I do not have enough for that. 8 is peak. It's the edge. And where I am in like the PP system, for lack of a better word, it accurately measures where the PP system is. Because around the diff that I'm usually playing, like the quote-unquote general star rating, a common accuracy is 7. It's between 7 and 8. Occasionally there will be 9s and 10s, or 9s really. And those 9s are devastating. It comes with also visual feedback. So for me, I am used to seeing in approach circles leniency associated with a specific parameter of accuracy. That might not mean much to many people who are more inclined to just play what they see, but for me, in order to get perhaps more in line with playing at 8 accuracy, I need to see the approach rate and the accuracy associated with each other. So if I play this long enough, it becomes familiar to have the approach rate, as in the approach circle, line up for when I feel I should be tapping. I generally, for me, preferentially, I tap at the earliest I generally try to tap at the earliest window. So at the early end when I can. So typically, in order for me to get to 8.3, because remember that accuracy moves both ends closer. So since I always tap at the early end, I need to understand that the approach circle, the relationship between the approach circle and the accuracy has shrunk. So I need to delay my tapping. That's how I'm thinking about it. In order to become more accurate with higher accuracy, I have to feel like the approach circle is delayed. I typically tap earlier when I have a lot of dexterity. It's a weird way to think about it. It's definitely not a way most people think about it. I would say. Most people visualize it as being on time, as in the middle. And that's fair. It's just what I observed that I tend to do in those. It's not ideal. I mean, I would love to be on time. It doesn't change the reality of my tendencies, which I tend to tap at the earliest possible opportunity, not the latest or on time. So I have a habit of always being early if I have to wait on something, or if I have enough dexterity and endurance. I'm generally early. There are pros and cons to that. It also means I know how to tune myself. So in the future, if I want to increase accuracy, I typically would actually change the accuracy parameter to tune my timing in association with the approach rate. That might be an experiment maybe something down the road to do that. Who knows? Yeah, so that's an example. A good example to illustrate this is how I train myself. So I go faster than something, and then I lean back into the timing. So generally speaking, it's kind of reflective of how I approach music and timing as well. I go faster than it and then gradually slow down and meet the timing. And that's how I also approach reading approach circles and accuracy. Hey, Jolson. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thanks. How's your holiday going? Yeah, so just as a reflection, the way I learn and train also reflects the things I would encounter. So I am early. So when I practice and there's no endurance or dexterity check, I start off by being early. And over time, I learn to slow down and be on time. But generally speaking, I prefer to be early than late all the time. And how I train is the same way. I'm always pushing past an edge and then I settle back in. So at some point when my dexterity and finger control goes well over time, this curve will shift to the right. And you can see it's a normal distribution curve. So generally speaking, it's a normal distribution. If you ignore the colors, you can see that my distribution is always around, it's about like minus 20 milliseconds. So that's the idea. If I am trying to be consistent, it will generally be a normal distribution. And the closer it becomes to this like really nice normal distribution, it's not really that nice because obviously you can see there are some alternating failures here. Most of the ones that have the alternate conversion triggers will end up on the right side. It's a great way to visual. I love this distribution curve. A great addition. Yeah, mine's pretty I feel like it's contentful, right? Like I like how other people celebrate their holidays, and I always ask about their stories and whatnot. For myself, I don't know how often you hear this or encounter this. Generally speaking, not really generally speaking, the Asian household that I live in, we typically stay consistent most of the year. There's occasionally maybe one exception, which is the Lunar New Year, or Chinese New Year. Other than that, yeah, it's gone pretty well. Although it's worth saying that every day goes pretty well, unless I'm afflicted with some sort of ailment or something else bad happens. But generally speaking, it goes well. Nothing extra special, but also nothing extra bad. It's usually a pretty decent, consistent day. I prefer to hear what you're doing for Christmas. What are you doing for Christmas? What are you up to? Yeah. Okay. Practicing your instrument. Keyboard. Piano, right? I might have you confused with another person, but I like to say piano. And spending time with family now? Oh, that's nice. What do you do with your family during Christmas? Tell me a fun, interesting thing you guys do. None of us are that interesting. Try me. So we usually spend time and talk. That's enough, really. I see. So you don't think they're interesting. However, you won't know what I'm thinking, right? So, it's kind of revealing that you don't have anything you think is interesting. However, I can't really tell you if it's interesting or not if I don't actually know anything. just as a logic check. What do you guys talk about? Do you catch up? Talk about your careers, how your family's going, school? Oh, interesting. What about school? I guess you're on break from school, right? How'd your exams go? Remind me where you are with school. Yeah, so double tapping or like tapping on the same button occurs quite a lot more often when I'm trying to restrict being too loose so I can get some finger control in. The distribution's okay. And then obviously undershooting, I'm closer to the center of the circle, like the center of the box that I'm drawing. You go to community college, so no exams? Is that a thing from where you're from? Because generally, regardless of the institution, there are exams here. So I didn't realize that community college don't have exams. I guess it's pass or fail that still don't have exams. I'm not entirely sure what the community college structure you have. You don't even have pass or fail. It's just meet up and have fun. That's interesting. So how does one get evaluated and how good does that sound? You mean the community college thing? How do you get evaluated? How do you get evaluated for completion or evaluated on competency? Is it task-based completion? So as long as you complete the tasks is enough, and then at some point you have to take some sort of national exam, like all the way at the end or something, to demonstrate that you fulfilled the requirements. That's really interesting. I'm actually very unfamiliar with a education system that does not have a form of regular evaluation. Hey, Alex. Alright, so which song am I gonna pick? I think we're gonna go with this one for 150. It's kind of satisfying to know that I can see how more frequently that my hand stutters when I'm trying to focus on finger control. It pans out really, really well. We'll play this for the 140. Classical guitar, oh, okay. Can you tell me a little bit about what is considered classical guitar, from your perspective? I have some cursory guitar understanding and some knowledge about guitar. However, I don't think it's enough to understand what the classifications are, because when you start to categorize things, it's always interesting, again, very interesting, to inquire what someone thinks about the words they're using. And you said you didn't have any interesting things to say. You pass on as long as you don't have a lot of absence. Oh, so it's attendance. Okay. And evaluation doesn't really take place. It kind of is just a year where it's hope you improve. That's interesting. So when you're going to so when you get this experience at the community college, how do you communicate and demonstrate like your proficiency in a way to your future employment? Are you saying that you're going to community college so you're going to start a practice of your own and that's how you're going to communicate? So say like you become a guitar teacher and you're going to just simply tell them that here's your resume, I went to this community college for this music. How does your college communicate what type of education you have received? As you say, there are styles of music that belong to classical. It's kind of elitist, so I would say music is when you play guitar on classical guitar. Fair enough. I'm glad you made that distinction of what belongs, like stylization versus a literal classical guitar. I wasn't sure which one you might have meant, or both, or neither, or something new. So I just wanted to ask. So for you is just basically saying a specific type of style with a also specific type of guitar. There is one more that I'm kind of used to that I typically hear a lot, is the method in which you play the guitar. There are classical styles of playing, like techniques in terms of guitar work. Like you wouldn't confuse a classical you would be able to pick out a classical guitarist based on their technique, their playing technique, from as opposed to like say someone who's a contemporary guitarist of a subgenre like the rock genre or something. It's very, very clear when someone is classically trained, as in part of the classical category, versus someone who's contemporary. The reason why I mentioned this, and it's really interesting that you have this defined categorization, is because I was a violinist at one point, and I typically use the same phrasing. I am a classically trained violinist, which is used to distinguish between contemporary violinists. And when someone says, "Oh, you play the violin, what do you like?" They need a quick jolt of what they imagine you playing. So often, classical and contemporary is like the first prong of separation. It's kind of like, oh, I'm a contemporary violinist. So then people will start thinking about, I don't know, something like Lindsey Sterling, right? Lindsey Sterling, or your backing tracks of hip-hop songs and stuff, as opposed to classical violinists, which then you start thinking about Chopin, Beethoven, Mozart, Debussy, and so on. And even periods that aren't classical. So like Debussy is kind of... I'm switching the track because it's a little distracting. There are classical like music that is referred to by its generalization, but generally, like often than not, a lot of pieces that are classical actually belong to a different period, like the Baroque period, or the periods after classical, right? I think that's because classical music technique usually focuses on ergonomic play. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting perspective on it. Which is easy to pick out because you see minimal motion. Oh, I see what you mean by ergonomical play. I would say here's a little switch up to how I interpret this. So ergonomics is generally on, to me, right? just to differ a little bit, when I think of ergonomics, or the principle of ergonomics, is the focus on easing strain, as in like comfortability and endurance. It's usually something that increases efficiency, right? And that does translate into minimum motion. With that in mind, there's another component of ergonomics that can be misconstrued in this. When ergonomics, when you're thinking about minimum motion, it's more about efficient motion, in my opinion. When you see a classical guitarist, the technique that they have are very clean and efficient. So a classical guitarist can look like there's a lot of motion, lots of dexterity, and it can be incredibly difficult. But the motion is efficient. When you're focused on minimizing motion, that's also ergonomics. Like, for example, when you think about designing architecture, like your computer seats, when you're it's still true though, Jolson. I think I'm trying to empathize with you, because I know what you mean by minimum motion. You really mean like very, very clean, exact precision playing, right? And I totally know what you mean. Now I'm just spiraling into something that what I mean is you can still say it's ergonomic play. It's just another property of ergonomics. So like, for example, computer chairs. When you're an architect, right? Or not an architect, an engineer, right? You're engineering computer chairs. When you focus on ergonomics is to minimize motion too. It also is to minimize effort. So if you have to sit for a really long time in an ergonomic chair, the ergonomics principle is to reduce how much strain it's gonna place on your body. So what it really effectively does is remove how hard things are. And personally, to me, it's a little bit, I don't want to downplay how dexterous good classical guitar is. In fact, I would probably argue, this is a hot take, it's a pretty big one, and I'm an inexperienced guitarist. Like, I play guitar a little bit, I have a background in music theory, and I used to play classical violin. So just to contextualize things, and I don't do them anymore for the time being. One of the things about ergonomics is I actually think contemporary guitarists tend to be more ergonomic in that aspect. Because if you think about contemporary music and contemporary guitarists, they have minimum motion, as in it's about composition. I think contemporary guitarists compensates or trades off being efficient in their motion and more refocused on song composition. Like, I don't want to use the word simplistic, but elegantly simple melodies and chorus and licks, think not licks, like riffs, right? Very, very quote unquote efficient, but minimal complexity riffs. And how you, like, when it comes to the difference between contemporary and classical, it's less ornate, like, but easy to process. So it's very mainstream, right? Contemporary pieces have to appeal to a lot of people. When we think of classical trained people, it's very complex and it requires a lot of efficient motion and precision. So it requires a lot of training to get the mechanics down. However, at the same time, those classical pieces have a smaller audience psychologically, because they typically are more complex, like they're more layered. So a great example analogy here is the difference between a classical violinist and a contemporary violinist. A contemporary violinist has great layering, song arrangement, like a composition arrangement. However, they're ergonomically becoming more, they are also minimizing how much motion they're using, like what they're compensating in a different way. So it's kind of humorous that the word ergonomics is placed in, because there's a component of ergonomics that contemporary musicians have, and then there's a component of ergonomics that classical musicians have, and they are compensated by what they do better. So on a technical, like a very technical scale, in terms of like writing piece complexity and playing techniques, classical tends to be much complex. While it's much complex, psychologically it has a higher barrier of entry, so it requires more investment from someone who picks up a classical guitarist, and then their audience is also smaller because of its increased complexity. Meanwhile, contemporary musicians tend to have ergonomics too. They try to minimize the upper requirements of their technique. It's not to say they're not technical masters and whatnot. It's just they picked very specific techniques to focus on, and it predominates there. Like, it becomes the dominant aspect of their piece. And because it's less complex intellectually, more people can enjoy contemporary pieces, and musicians capitalize on that. Contemporary instrumentalists will use those specific skills to focus on. So when you tell me, just a really long story short, when you're telling me you're a classical guitarist, it means you're one of the old school variety where you love to experiment and learn lots of techniques. So your breadth of your technique and probably your exposure, your ear training to music is wider, it's vast, it's more rounded. Because classical guitarists like the concept of the guitar work, as in like the technique and the complexity of guitar work. Contemporary guitarists, if you told me you were a contemporary guitarist, it kind of sounds like this. I don't think everyone goes around and say they're contemporary guitarists, but generally say, oh yeah, you know, I just play the music I want. That would be a perspective of a contemporary guitarist a lot of times. What happens is often they play music of their time, which tend to be contemporary stuff. So when you're thinking about that mindset, this guitarist probably is very specifically great at certain things, because those certain things are reflective of the contemporary piece. So like if you're born in the 90s, or like if you grew up in the 90s like me, it was probably punk rock riffs, or like chord progression, or very specific chord progression actually. And it also reflects that contemporary guitar work typically aren't in a formal education system, while formal education system tends to favor structure and complexity. So I wouldn't be surprised that classical guitar is the likely thing you would find in community colleges versus contemporary. Yeah, playing classical really is shooting yourself in the foot in every I guess you're saying egotistical way. Egoist? That's interesting. I have a little fun take on that. Hold on, let me read the rest. Yeah, well, to be fair, I also just play music I like. I just like... Yes. For sure. I'm not saying it's exclusive. And here's the thing. You want to hear a deep cut, and I'm not. This is not a bad or a good thing. It's something that I'm raising, and I know exactly where you're going with that phrase. But let me step back and make it so that the fairness has a bigger perspective. Okay, I'm not gonna try to gaslight you. I'm be careful if I'm gaslighting you. Now, how does what I say contradict? How is what your statement is saying not contradicting what I'm saying? You just said, well, to be fair, I also just play music I like. I just like classical guitar music. One aspect of someone who picks up classical guitar music, which you mentioned earlier, is kind of elitist, right? When you have a perspective of that, you're inwardly focusing. So when you're inwardly focusing, you're suggesting that classical guitar work is really shooting yourself in the foot because it's kind of self-centered, right? It's for self-improvement. So when you're in the mindset of saying things from your perspective, often that is not what contemporary guitar music people is saying when they say they play music they like. A lot of times that phrase means something different. It's outwardly projected. So when they say they like to play the music they like as a contemporary artist, they like music that other people resonate with. So contemporary guitarists have a different perspective. A lot of times they like a music because a lot of people like the music too. So when you're thinking about it that way, they probably agree with you that they play music they like. There's a big difference between someone who play the music they like. You think that depends actually? I don't think so. But tell me a hypothetical or something you observed. And remember, we're not talking about absolutes here. We're actually talking about the statistical average. So the common associations. So when you say it depends, you're suggesting that there are relations and associations stronger or competing with what I just said. So I am open to hearing an alternative perspective on that, as in an illustration of something that makes that not the case. I'm talking about you, obviously, because you already use words like being elitist, shooting yourself in the foot. You play music that you like, and it just happens to be classical guitar music. So I'm using you as a way to be relative to why, for example, you might have not liked contemporary guitar music to begin with, and it's associated with a lot of your personality works. And it sounds like it's a match, as in you picked something that was very reflective of you. I'm only observing what you're providing. I'm not making guesses. It's already happened. I'm trying to explain the things you share, not predict the future. If you know what I mean. I'm not trying to predict the future here. What I'm saying is, I anticipated that you would say you play music that you like, because it sounds like you do really have a really endearing pride in your music choice. I think it's very appropriate. It's a little bit different if, say, someone said they're a contemporary guitarist and they only play music that a few people like. That would be a little bit disconcerting, is what I'm suggesting. Like, it's rarer to find someone who says, I only make music for myself and I don't care about other people, as someone who predominantly writes contemporary music. Let's say that jazz players are included what you call contemporary music, then I have experience talking with other contemporary musicians who play music for their own joy, and rather than playing music they think resonates with others, they hope others resonate with the music they like. I also think of music this way. That for that to me is not a contemporary musician. Like, you can only become a contemporary musician if you're contemporary with the times. So if you're only playing music you want, it doesn't have to be contemporary. If so, coincidentally, the jazz player you play is contemporary and a lot of people resonate with them, then they are truly contemporary. So what I'm saying is, you can't be a pop artist if no one resonates with you. And if you make music that happens to also resonate with the audience, then you are coincidentally both playing music for yourself and a pop artist. The idea of contemporary is to be contemporary, as in with the times. If that person that you know happens to not resonate with other people, and people don't resonate with their music, then that is a person who wants to be a contemporary musician, but isn't contemporary. Like, I wish I was popular content creator, but the things I do are clearly not popular. Otherwise, I would be popular. You disagree? I'm sorry to hear that. But that's how the English... You can't formulate why here? That's fair enough. I won't pressure you to, but there is a difference between subjectivity and objectivity. It takes a lot to be contemporary. The phrase or the English word contemporary means that you're of this time. You can certainly lead a trend and become a contemporary musician. So this person can make themselves into a contemporary musician by communicating the music and getting people to resonate with their music, for sure. It requires the input of other people. That is what makes a contemporary musician a contemporary musician. They don't get to choose if other people resonate with them. The most consistent contemporary musicians are the ones that have visions, that know how to communicate and get people to resonate with them. If you're playing music only for yourself and expressing only for yourself, it is less likely to resonate with more people. Like, if we're comparing the same musician, the jazz player, right? Say the jazz player has two mindsets. One, they only care about what they produce, and then one that they care about what they produce as well as care about what people like to hear. One is inclusive of the other, and the other isn't. So if you're only inwardly focusing, it's very unlikely that you become a contemporary musician. You can call yourself a contemporary musician, for sure, and you want to be contemporary. I'm not using it in a classical sense. I think there's a possibility that the word contemporary means very different things between us. I'm not a guitarist or a jazz player or a musician anymore, so I really don't know. I know that the word contemporary means with the times. So if you can define the times, then you become a contemporary person. Like Elon Musk is a contemporary influencer, for example. What he dictates is probably the only thing he cares about. However, he is able to sway all the people. A classical guitarist, to me, focuses a lot on techniques and complexity. They do not share compassion most of the time. They don't prioritize it. It's not to say they're void of it. It's just, it's secondary to to caring about other people, like what other people care about, think about your music. Because I don't believe contemporary of today, modern music, means you also have to be a popularist. That's fine. You're excluding things. So I understand that. If you believe they're mutually exclusive, then that's fair. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. One that makes music in isolation can't possibly be more contemporary than one that makes music with the times, regardless of what it is. It doesn't have to be becoming popular. It has nothing. Becoming popular is the result of one's mindset. It is not your choice. You don't get to choose to be popular. You can make an attempt to be contemporary or classical. It takes a very big egocentric person to believe that they can manipulate and control what other people think about their music. And that is perfectly acceptable, as long as you understand, in my opinion, that when people don't like your music, that's on you too. You can try very hard to convince them to, and if luck is on your side, then yeah, you can become very, very contemporary. If you're making music, like a great example would be, let's just use video games as opposed to something that's personal to you, because I feel like I might be a little bit aggressive or causing you to be defensive about this. Let's use video games. There's indie games and there are mainstream games. Indie games can become popular. They can also stay indie. Mainstream games can be unpopular and popular. Mainstream games tend to be of the contemporary notion that most people in the quote-unquote modern age would like. They uphold specific standards and expectations and focus and refine on the techniques that are required of the modern age. The indie scene, they make games for themselves. They like to take whatever they like to do and hopefully get lucky with becoming popular or getting more people to resonate with them. In their own field, they can have a very collective and wonderful niche community of their own. And that makes them contemporary in that sphere. When you step back and include the rest of the world, it's difficult to make the argument that you're contemporary if you only appeal to the smallest group. You're a very current person who has a cult following, for sure. I wouldn't call it contemporary because for me, that would mean that if I listen to your music, I understand what it's like to be in this time. Contemporary music can coincide though, or contemporary games can coincide. There are many indie games that coincide. You have deck builders, you have puzzlers, they can coincide. Are they reflective of the modern standards of video games? They are not. When you enter a conversation, the likelihood is you're thinking about Souls-like games. As much as I like OS, OS in its own sphere is incredibly contemporary because it exists in the modern era. It's sustainable. It is not representative of rhythm games. As much as you want to believe it. And it's independent of popularity. It's a representation of rhythm games. I can probably argue that Just Dance is probably going to be more contemporary. And it's not a bad or a good thing. What I feel that you are trying to communicate in the disagreement is that you don't like the idea of popularist things. And that's understandable. Because a lot of times it fits with the mentality of a classical guitarist. Someone who likes to make music for themselves. And that is very admirable. I actually think is fantastic. I love seeing people create work for themselves. What I do, by the way, I play rock and punk guitar as well. That's fair. If that makes you change your perspective, no, it doesn't. You're responding to what I say. You identified yourself as a classical guitarist, and you play rock and punk guitar. But the thing you talk about is the stuff you said. It's not about what you decide to make or play. It's about what you think about it. So you think that for me, knowing that you play rock and punk guitar, that would change my perspective. You didn't say anything about rock and punk guitar. You shared clearly that you take a lot of pride and respect yourself while you identify as a guitarist. Then if you only identify as a guitarist, you wouldn't have an opinion on popularist, modernization, and contemporary, because they would all be mutually inclusive of each other. My main instrument at school was the classical guitar. That's fair. What gender is that? Fictitious? Listen, too soon. So what I'm saying is, you have an aversion. You have an aversion of perception. I don't think it's bad or good. I actually think it's, okay. I think it's awesome that you have a perspective, specific visions, and a principle behind it. It doesn't change how logic works regarding your outreach and how language is depicted by the vast majority of people. Like, I would love to say that the games I like OS, is a contemporary rhythm game. Personally, I think I could make a case for OS being a contemporary rhythm game, for sure, because it has a modernized UI and all that stuff. Which I said a couple of times, and they're ready to expand when OS Laser launches at the end of this year. I'm willing to also remove myself from the idea that is it a contemporary rhythm game? Well, if I look at the influence and the draw it has, Peppy does his own thing, by the way. Peppy as a creator does his own thing. He is building OS Laser the way he sees fit with the community he has built. So even when he does design standpoints from the community, and even for himself, he has infused some of his identity as a developer and also continue to collect feedback from the community. That will ultimately make OS Laser more contemporary. It is not more contemporary when you only embrace the vision of yourself. It is lucky if you are thinking that the thing you make ends up defining a generation. Then you have made it contemporary, and I absolutely agree with that. So you are that person, in my opinion, and that's incredibly ambitious and awesome. That you want to spread your music, your vision of the world. It also means you lead the world, right? Your vision is incredibly profound in the sense that you want to shape the music you make without the influence of other people. That's absolutely admirable. Now, I only say this because I am not one of those people. I did not go into science thinking that I'm the only scientist that can discover something that I care about. I have, in the scientific field, for example, it is absolutely an imperative to be aware of the community that you are part of. And when you make and discover things, it is incredibly reliant on the contributions of other people. I still participate in creating my own directions and thoughts about where to go and what interests me, and that ends up shaping my career. However, modern scientists are reliant on peer review. Creators might not need that. I absolutely agree. And that's where music is fantastic, and being an instrumentalist or a musician is fantastic. You can roll the dice and define a generation, or you can choose to be someone who understands the times and take feedback from other people. So when I do art, for example, like just digital art or painting or something, I learn from everyone. And that's how I created my art. I didn't just sit there in isolation and decide that I can create a unique piece of thing that's not dictated by other people or not influenced by other people. And it's my choice, right? So when I define myself as a digital artist, I literally do mean digital artist that is defined by that term that's generalized. When you tell me you like classical guitar music, it tells me that you are an individual and you like to be unique. And that's very admirable. Like, I love that. And I hope you succeed. I don't ever want anyone who is a visionary to not succeed. Visionaries define new periods and periods in time that is completely different. So a visionary tends to create paradigm shifts. Elon Musk created a paradigm shift in how the global economy or the globe view EV vehicles, right? Electric vehicles. And aspiring to be a visionary is fantastic. I'm just not that kind of person. I typically offer the counter example because my background is in science, and it is folly to think that the time of pioneers still exists in science. So, you know, back in the days of Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, and, you know, yeah, pioneering all the time, visionary, pioneering, self-made creation. Like, I mean, it's not without resistance too, because we can talk about Galileo, right? Galileo and resisting the orthodoxy when it comes to introducing new things. I think it's incredibly courageous for someone to challenge contemporary music. So that jazz player you talked about, they're taking up the banner of challenging contemporary music so that they can make way for their vision of what should be contemporary. And some make it, some don't. I think for me, I don't like being a leader. I love people like you, for example, who will eventually come to create their own sphere of influence, and I usually am one who would take inspiration from that sphere of influence and talk about it. So maybe one day when you realize your dream of creating your unique piece of music that is only true to yourself, I can talk about it and I can tell people of those different spheres, much like video games, by the way. Video games, books, music, movie, even science. The vision of people can really tell about their personality. And one thing I like to share and discuss about these types of perspective is to leave it open to the person to decide if what they want is consistent with what they expect. Like, oftentimes creators of this generation, right? The creators of the generation after me, they have a focus on wanting to be unique a lot of times. However, it's not sufficient, in my opinion, to just know that they might be unique one day. It may also be helpful and healthy to understand the uphill battle, the sacrifices and trade-offs that they have for having that type of mentality, right? And you obviously voiced that appropriately, and that's awesome that you're going to take up that challenge. I do not read the, I mean, I guess I'm trying to do that as well, and I'm also willing to accept that what I do with OS is unpopular or non-contemporary, because what I'm doing is not playing OS, like literally not actually playing OS to all the contemporary OS players, the people who are playing by PP system and ranking system, the things that define OS, I'm not doing, right? So obviously when someone pops into my stream and see me just sitting here talking about how OS is not contemporary, they probably agree if they understand who I am. I'm still playing OS though. So it's kind of like someone who's playing rock music and punk and using it as a way to argue that their personality isn't the heart of a classical guitarist, for example. And you don't have to convince me what you're doing is correct or not. I believe in you. I hope all your experiences work to make you achieve your goals. Sometimes it's always nice, or sometimes it's nice to discuss things that one might feel is emotionally clouded a little bit, right? Nothing's gonna stop you if you have enough motivation and all that stuff, right? However, it's an uphill battle. Like, if I wanted to make, here's a deep cut. I'm gonna be talking about this for like the next month or two. Someone told me, or like on YouTube, right? Like I loaded up a video about how critical thinking and problem solving can be used to adapt to video games. And just so happens, I was playing OS in that video. And this person responded, "There's no problem solving in OS. That's just facts. There's no problem solving in OS." And you know, I could see where that person's coming from. They can definitely, most definitely think that there are no problem solving in OS. I concede that. There's no way I'm gonna convince them. I can try, but it was very clear that I cannot convince this person, right? So in this person's world, they don't believe that there's problem solving while playing OS. Does that change the fact that the majority of OS players are going to disagree with him? It really doesn't. Is it my place to do so? I choose not to. I don't think I'm gonna stop or get in the way of this person. If they're happy and the thing that they're presenting doesn't harm more people or cause them to harm themselves, then that's fine. So if someone says they want to be a contemporary artist and literally do things that don't resonate with other people, then that's fair as long as they're happy. Right? To be contemporary, in my opinion, just my opinion, it requires more than one person. Otherwise, who can determine it is contemporary other than the person making the product? If you can accept and I can respect that, if you can accept that if someone is making a contemporary piece of work and it only requires them in order to qualify that it's contemporary, I agree with you. I have no problems with that. So, and then I would offer that in my perspective, you cannot have contemporary things without other people. So when a contemporary artist strives to be contemporary and they are only following their own music, their hope is that the people, when the music gets out there, that a vast majority of people resonate with them enough to make them contemporary. That's a big if. Compared to someone who is contemporary at the moment. So if I were to classify myself as a contemporary musician, I would start with the fundamentals that characterize the times now, and then I would use that as a foundation to carve my own uniqueness. So in science, you take the foundations of what is contemporary, so modern science. I don't think people use contemporary. Actually, I do use contemporary science every once in a while. Like contemporary genetic research or modern genetic research. I have to understand all the gold standards of modern genetics. And only after I become a modern geneticist, then I can carve my way to being a unique person. So I don't necessarily start off thinking I'm just going to genetics my way and that it'll catch on. I have to understand what it is to be a modern geneticist, and that's taking all the influence, all the things that have set before me before I can make myself unique. So if you're a musician and you want to learn everything from scratch based on nothing other than your own inspiration, that is incredibly brave. And I hope you the best. It doesn't make you a contemporary person yet. Not yet. Contemporary comes after. If contemporary comes before, you can be unique after. So a contemporary artist can become a classical artist when they're, they can pivot back and forth. Just the order kind of matters here. In content creation, any form of content creation, music, book, TV, movies, video games, you either go indie, which I consider as like the hipstery stuff, right? The stuff that I do what I want to do. I make what I want to make. Indie, like indie music. Indie, and then contemporary. I'm not going to use the word popular because it seems like it only has a negative connotation in this discussion. So, you start with figuring out what it's like now, or you start with what you like now. It's they're give and take. However, you can combine them. Obviously, constructing music and learning music is really complex. So you can say, I would love to learn the contemporary techniques of punk rock and rock while writing songs that are classical. So then you have an artist who is making classical songwriting while combining it with modern techniques or contemporary techniques. Modern would suggest it's the technique itself, but contemporary means that there are people who already understand or have ear training or have gotten used to this stuff. I think a lot of times classical or fundamentals or like indie is not familiarity. So they have an uphill battle. So when an indie game comes out, it is very dependent on how lucky their vision was, because an indie game cannot control if they will resonate with many people. And I absolutely love the indie scene. I'm not a musician, but I am a connoisseur of being a very, very minority person. So I can absolutely resonate. I am very much, if I had to explain my sub in content creation, I would probably call myself a classical guitarist as well. And what is the reality of that? Well, I have to get lucky. I have to get lucky that people would sit here and listen to me for a minute, for like an hour, explaining the intricacies of being a resonating person, not a resonating person. My skills are in resonating. So learning process is something that inherently resonates with most people because they have to have some sort of learning process by the time they reach me in any form. And then communication is something that resonates with everyone because we're human beings, so we're interpersonal people, generally speaking. Some people are less interpersonal than others, especially people who believe that their vision is the only vision that is important, right? Or the most important. I disagree with that. I am a person that prefers to know the vision of other people, integrate it into mine, and create something bigger, right? So I take other people's ideas and I transform them. So I would classify myself as an artist that's transformative and not an artist of origination. So I don't ever present myself as someone who had a novel idea or someone who, this is my idea, you stole my idea, you used my idea, that kind of thing. I don't take ownership of ideas most of the time. And I invest forward in people. So when I take all the ideas, spin them in my way, I give them out freely. And I expect that the people that surround me will take those ideas and make bigger and better things of them. So the perspective here is that I'm not an individual in a group of individuals. I'm a person as part of a community and a continuum of the human species. So my life is not transcendent without other people. Your life can be. As a musician, one can stand alone and transcend time by creating music that is timeless. Absolutely. I don't personally resonate with that. All the things I've said, the understanding of classical guitarists and all that stuff, it's built on many people's that have passed, all my predecessors, right? So it's a very different take. And I just want to draw some comparison and contrast. I do look forward to hearing what you end up doing and how you define your career. I think the only like contemporary music person that I kind of know that end up defining or you doing a paradigm shift in music would be, here's a left field thing, just a left field thing. It doesn't really have to do with guitar work. I would say I would give the nod. I can't believe I'm saying this on an OS stream or anything. I would say I would give the nod to Billie Eilish. Is that how you say her name? Yeah, Billie Eilish. In the last, I would say 5 to 10 years, I think Billie Eilish would be a paradigm shifting artist that spawned a new contemporary sound that rippled through the industry. She is very identifiable by her founder's effect. Like she found that, right? Whatever combination of things. And then she inspired many then afterwards. What's another good one? In terms of guitar work, do I know anyone? I only know an old one. Like, let's say a really old one, or a much older one than the generation of today. What's his name? The guitarist that collaborated with Matchbox 20. Santana. Yeah, that's probably an example, right? Definitely at the time when it came out, definitely stands alone on their own. I just don't know what the odds are. There are a lot of musicians in the world, and I'm not one that can resonate on gambling with that perspective. But yeah, it's also why I'm spending so much time talking about this. It's a very important thing, because I spend most of my time trying to understand other people. I think that's the strength of it's a pertinent part of the skills I choose to define myself as. So, whether you care about what other people's music are like, that's certainly your choice. I do care about your music, and that, or like your perspective on music, and that makes me more of a contemporary musician than a person who don't care. Right? Like, that's just, I don't know if the logic checks out or not. It's hard to be relatable if you choose not to be relatable. Anyways, I don't know where I was going with this. It's a pretty good digression. I'm at the end of my day training, so I was gonna really lean in. But it seems like you don't want to, like, I'm not sure if you want to add anything, or perhaps I would ask you a question. What is it about being a classical, what is it about the classical guitar that really resonates with you? That's probably my first question. Actually, you know, we can take it even further back and ask, what is it about the guitar that resonates with you? Like, specifically the guitar. Is there, as a musician, this dichotomy exists everywhere. If you don't choose to respond, then I've already got my confirmation of where this is going. You know, a lot of times when someone is very inwardly looking, then they do present a lot of things that may or may not coincide with, I guess, popular understanding. So perhaps I might have said just the things you cared about, and then that's sufficient. But it'd be nice to hear what your thoughts on why you chose the guitar and what kind of music you envision yourself making. Meanwhile, I'm gonna wrap this up and go and change gears. So, let's see. I love the new mod, so we're gonna keep this. So things that work here, right? The things that work here, I absolutely love this alternate. So we're gonna keep this. This is a winner, right? It allows us today to differentiate between you never knew classical guitar was a thing. I really love classical guitar techniques. So the reason why I brought it up was because I was going to talk about the techniques that really resonate with me. I love arpeggios, and a lot of the quote-unquote classical guitar work is incredibly wonderful combined with fingerpicking styles. That both fingerpicking styles have classical spins and contemporary spins. Actually, the fingerpicking contemporary tends to elevate harmonics, like things that are very bright and warm. But when you go dive deep into like classical guitar work, man, dissonance comes in, like really like intricate things. It's very hard to remember though, because it errs on the side of being very complex. It's kind of like trying to, I don't have enough ear training, but like if I played a classical piece of classical music, I wouldn't be able to tell you what movement it is. I can probably tell you who the composer is, but I most certainly cannot tell you how from the complexity of it. And my background, the things that I played on my guitars that I have are classical guitar pieces. So, and violins, I love classical music. Oh, here's a great example, Alex. Here's a great example of the transition between contemporary and classical. When you hear Fur Elise, and then suddenly you only hear like a 30-second loop of Fur Elise mixed with EDM that's also on a loop that has like 4 layers of repeated measures of 16. That's contemporary classical. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know if you've ever heard like a EDM, like a techno trance remix of, I don't know, Spring by Mozart. Wait, Mozart, I think Mozart did the Seasons, right? Or is it Vivaldi? It's hard for me. But you know, just imagine like Beethoven's like dun 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 dun, and then it just goes into something else. And it's a looping like contemporary piece that integrates a lot of things that I unironically listen to EDM remixes of random songs. There you go. There you go. And it's sampling, right? It's sampling. And what it does is it creates an earworm. There's a lot of simplification, but elegant simplification. Actually, OS in general, if you're into OS, when you try to play a a classical piece, right? The maps inherently become very dynamic, right? It's very difficult to find tracks that aren't very dynamic. It doesn't play really well to OS being a quote-unquote attempt to be a contemporary rhythm game, because when you think about Step Mania and or Mania in general and like Taiko and stuff, you start thinking about things that have very structured, like simplified structure in an elegant way. It's very playable, it's very repeatable, it's repetitious in nature, and that's kind of how I feel. That's kind of what I'm alluding to when it comes to comparing the eccentricity of classical versus contemporary. Contemporary is something a lot of people are familiar with. Classical is something not very familiar. And it's kind of also associated with the idea that classical is a niche, like an indie, versus something mainstream, like industry standards. And to me, you can marry them together. Alex, I totally unironically listen to EDM remixes of random songs too, and a lot of them is reducing the technical complexity of like the niche group into combining it to be more contemporary and edgy, right? Like mainstream. So EDM has this really great foundation that you can just weave in. Like, for example, a great example of EDM remixes of random subgenres that are older and probably far less, like a bit more esoteric. Electro swing. Electro swing is a great example. You know what I mean. You heard that one song that went viral. It was that one song, that one artist. Oh, I totally forgot the artist's name. I think it starts with a P. Is it like something groove? Electro swing. Or it's usually Fur-Elise. Like, no kidding though. When you think of a EDM remix, it's Fur-Elise. Or, oh, Pachelbel. Pachelbel, Canon and B, that is remixed all the time. Have you heard all of Pachelbel, Canon and B? I only heard it like 2 or 3 times in my lifetime so far. But I can tell you, I've heard EDM versions of that, like samples of that a bunch of times already. And that's kind of the beauty of, in my opinion, contemporary music producers. They take just enough things. You haven't heard any of that? Pachelbel, Canon B? No way. Ain't no way. You gotta type that in. No, ain't no way. I'm talking about, let me type it for you. I probably misspelled it. Hold up, let me look. Oh no, I didn't misspell it. It's just, oh, Canon and D. Sorry, not B. So, this one. You gotta hear a sample. Just, hit up the tubes, and then just hear a sample of it. And you'll probably get it. It's so iconic in a way that it wasn't originally iconic for. So, because of contemporary use from artists, it's iconic now. Just like Fur-Elise. I really like some of them. I really like some of those remixes. Alright, so anyways, so let me stop distracting myself. Getting back on task. So we're keeping this. The mod that we use today is alternate, and it allows us to differentiate between when I fail endurance, and it's actually when I fail dexterity a lot of times. So when I know I'm gonna fail endurance is how frequent it is. So if I fail endurance, it means that all the notes become late. So if all the notes become late consistently without my cursor flashing red, then with this mod on, it means that I failed endurance. I just can't keep up. I cannot keep up with the speed. When it starts flashing red, it means I'm finger locking, and that's largely due to a dexterity fail. So whenever both my fingers just slam onto the buttons at the same time, there's a high chance that the same button's going to actuate first, because I have a dominant. My index finger is far more consistent than my ring finger. So it's likely that my index finger is going to hit the thing twice. And what this mod does is the cursor blinks red. The cursor blinks red when I hit the same key twice. So it's typically evident that I have a dexterity fail if it occurs very frequently, like really close together. So that's awesome, because then I'll know I can differentiate between, oh, is it just because my fingers aren't like, is it because I don't have enough stamina, or is it because my fingers just don't have that speed, the dexterity, right? The movement separation enough. And it lines up really well. And then there's other things I can see now as well. This mod removes the input. It eats the input of the double tap. So it eats when you tap on the same key, that input disappears. So what happens is it enforces that when I'm alternating, I have to match the speed, keep up with the speed, or speed ahead of it. So that means I have to be able to speed up and down. So if I was able to speed up again, it means that I have the endurance to do that and the dexterity, but I don't have the finger control to do it. So if I keep speeding up and I don't normalize back down to where I am, and it just keeps going up and down, then it's an element of finger control. And the finger control will be shown as a distribution of hit frequencies. So like if I look at the graph with all the hits, how far I'm early or late, then it becomes very obvious if I'm lacking finger control. So the nice thing we learned today, at least I learned today, that I could use this mod for is to distinguish those three things. And I don't really have to dig deep or pay attention anymore because there's a visual indicator. And also when people are interested or need to know what they're looking for and whatnot, I can at least indicate it with a visual now. So I can explain what it looks like, at least to some extent. I can explain in a compartmentalized way when my stamina fails, when my dexterity fails, when I finger lock, and also, which these are different, when my stamina is in check and my endurance and stamina are in check and I'm lacking finger control. So now I can demonstrate it. I can see it visually, like using the metrics. I'm kind of curious now how I can use single tap. Like there's a single tap mod here too. I'm curious how I could use this in a way as well. There's so many different ways to see if, like, another thing that I need to test still would be really fun is I have always been curious if the music is really messing with how I process streams, right? Like long steady streams. So I could just play muted as well. Oh, that's kind of funny. It quiets down the music when you click on this. So in a different session, I could do one next to each other, right? As I'm climbing, I can do a muted playthrough and a non-muted playthrough, and then cycle back and forth to see if the hit sounds are sufficient for me to keep in cadence, like a metronome, right? If you're listening to a metronome, the only sound a lot of times that is helping you is the literal playing that you're doing and then the metronome sound. And a lot of times hit sounds substitute for the metronome if you're on key, right? Like if you're on beat, sorry. And a lot of times the music might cloud that, or at least that's my suspicion for myself. I think other people are way more proficient at selective hearing. I'm a terrible selective hearing person. Like if you're talking and two other people are talking, I either try to understand all three conversations or I fail all three conversations. That's usually how that works. And for myself. And I do practice trying to be selectively listening with some caveats. I think what I do every day, taking in like different stimuli and juggling a lot of things, work to my advantage in many ways, and a lot of the habits I do actually promote that type of level of behavior, while the other way is not conducive to a lot of things I do. Like, for example, if you're having a conversation with someone, it's actually not as advantageous as you might think. It's not as advantageous as you might think to be a selective listener. You might be thinking, yes, if you're selectively listening, you can listen to someone in a big crowd. Absolutely. However, if you practice selective listening, then oftentimes you only hear what you want to hear, even when you're focused on someone. So for example, when you spend most of your time selectively hearing, you stop thinking, or you become way more efficient at selective hearing. So you then begin to filter what comes through you. And that is one that I highlight a lot, because selective hearing, in my opinion, is a skill that I hyper focus on because I lack it. It's not, I can't say if it's more common or not common. Is what I lack, a human being, what they lack, they tend to hyper focus on what they don't have. And I notice a lot more about the trade-offs of being a great selective listener. Like, for example, I'm a very poor selective listener. So when I hear someone, I mandatorily, like, if I'm talking to someone and we are the only ones in the room, then I have no obligation other than to listen to everything this person says. If someone else comes in the room, now I only have the obligation of listening to both of them, so my attentions are divided. A selective person can choose who to listen to if there are two people in the room. Because they can do that, they can also choose when to be listening to the person. So oftentimes, if you want to find a great selective listener, and you're talking to one, from my perspective, you have to engage that person. You are absolutely mandatorily required as a communication person. Like, if you're trying to teach them something, you have to keep them engaged. Otherwise, they can selectively block you out. So you could at one point talk about space adventures and how OS is the best music, rhythm game on this planet in this day and age. And then suddenly you start talking about biology again, and all they got was, oh, OS is the best music rhythm game of all time. And that's all they're gonna get, right? So you have to relate all of it. So when you're talking to someone who's very great at selective listening, you're gonna have to connect how OS is related to biology. So you could talk about hand mechanics and how finger dexterity works in order to connect to OS, and then that person doesn't selectively tune you out. If you're talking to me, you can overwhelm me. Like, I get overwhelmed. So parties are incredibly stressful because I would be all up in everyone. Whatever I can take in, I'm having a sensory overload. So this way of training is awesome. It's really awesome because now I can tune and fine tune the little pieces and then slowly put them back together. If you're an intuitive player, of course, again, this throwback to that person that says critical thinking and problem solving is not involved in any of this, right? Well, I'm gonna make it involved in this. Whether, like, it's not necessary if people agree or not. This is how I process things. So deconstructing the things work to my advantage. I like deconstructing things because the biggest barrier for me to learning is when I become overwhelmed. If you're not overwhelmed by juggling any of these and doing all that stuff, it's there to inspire you. Maybe one day you're gonna do so much in OS that you just want to take back, you want to step back and deconstruct some things. There you go. That's personally my take on this. This is wonderful. I love these conversion mods. Like, I actually hope this list grows bigger. And the nice thing, the last thing that makes this super nice is that when you look at your scores, it's listed there. Like, back in the day, you could maybe enforce it or something and whatnot, but all these are listed. And this was a big deal, actually. Peppy specifically, I'm pretty sure in an interview, Peppy specifically emphasized that it is important to make sure that the score and the record keeping also has proper record keeping of all these things. So now I know, you know? It's awesome. I've never heard of it for classical music, only know the really surface level songs. Yeah. My exposure to classical stuff is, it doesn't come up enough for me to remember. It's difficult, right? When things are not, quote unquote, recurring enough, it's hard to remember those things. And personally, I accept that about how human memory works. It's awesome, though, when you have contemporary artists take and integrate classical music to reintroduce that type of music. And that creates interest again, right? To those who want to take a deep dive into it. Well, you should probably play the game once in a while so you don't lose your warm-up. Oh, I did already, which is good. So today, I shrunk in the process. We warmed up all the way to 185. We shrunk down how long it took. And then we got down to... we didn't get down as far as I want. But we got down to here. So that's pretty close. My session was already over. Right, I had like one more, 140, 130, and maybe 120. This is the only 120 we have. So we simplified the up and down curves, so that's why I stopped voluntarily. And again, thanks for your concern. Obviously, I always try, like, if someone shares something, you bet I'm going 300%, whether they are here listening or not, or you know, maybe I touch their, like, challenge their pride or something. I'm not gonna stop trying to be as enthusiastic as possible. If individuals don't stay around for that, that's perfectly fine. I just wish them the best and be happy with it, right? It's pretty clear that as I present a question, I'm gonna throw this out there. I'm sure the people who are around that's always listening to me drone on and on, I always end with a question. So, or I try to always end with a question, right? The moment that question is not responded after my long digression, I know where I stand. So that's kind of the idea. So you will probably hear me say something to the person, like to whoever it is, leave with a sentiment, and I have to make sure that the conversation actually ended. Voluntarily. If not, then I would make the assertion that they have already left and they're off to, like, the real deal is that they're off to, like, soak in whatever is more important to them. That's pretty much what you have to accept. So when you talk to individuals that are incredibly expressive about their own personality and principles, and I commonly will challenge them to be resonating and compassionate, then that's the rodeo that I typically, and that's the cycle that happens all the time. And I'm willing to say it's worth it. It's always worth it in my opinion. It's obviously naive. I wanted to also ask if you always had a focus on learning as much as possible, or did it just happen at some point of life? That's a fun question. So, have I always had a focus on learning as much as possible, or did it just happen at some point of my life? You're probably gonna guess what my response is. It's both. And here's the both. The long story short, like the hot take is it's both and more. A slightly longer take is that when I'm a kid, right, I had some strengths. It was only until adulthood that I could reflect upon what I did well as a kid to understand it was the same thing all along. And even in post-adulthood, like my career, it still required refinement. And then as I grow older, it became clearer and clearer what the focus was. So in a way, no, I did just happen. It just did just happen at some point at life. It probably happened in school, when I went to school as a kid, like 5 years old, or maybe even younger. My earliest memory about learning is when I was 5 years old, learning the multiplication tables at home. So it just happened some point at my life without my awareness. And then that focus, which is technically, yes, it probably happened later in life because I actually choose to focus on learning as much as possible consciously. Probably sometime after high school. After high school, the chains were let loose, right? You are less bound by your fundamentals anymore. And the moment you accomplish your fundamentals, you use that as a basis to learn by leaps and bounds. So that was the idea. Let's pick this one. Yeah, so both. I think as a kid, I have always learned as much as possible. But I didn't know how much it hurt me. You might be thinking, wait, how does wanting to learn as much as possible hurt you? As a kid, I told this story a bunch of times, and it makes a lot more... I connected the dots way after, like when I was in adulthood. I was very miserable when I was younger. Like, I was incredibly miserable. And one of the things was because I wasn't learning as much. There wasn't enough things to learn at the pace that I needed to learn them at. Outside of the whole like bullying and all that stuff, like if you shelve the stressors of life, like getting up in the morning, going on the bus stop, and then meeting people who don't really like you because of the way you look, all that stuff. If you shelve that stuff, going to school was fantastic. With one really big caveat. There just wasn't enough things to learn. So when there isn't enough things to learn, it gets boring. And when it gets boring, what is a kid to do? Well, they cope in silence. And maybe potentially become nihilistic. So sometimes later in life, I thought maybe it's just the bullying, right? Like the being in a culture that I'm not used to because my family's culture is different from the culture around me. It's that too, for sure. It's definitely that too. However, it's compounded by the idea that I just don't learn at the same pace as my surrounding peers. By the way, when I got to graduate school, that was not the case. My peers, it's a, as you get closer to specialized skills, you get closer and closer in gap between my peers. And I am surrounded by brilliant people, even in college. Like, my best friends are incredibly high functioning people. So after college, right, then it became really noticeable about the learning process and whatnot, and how much it could have exacerbated things. The story continues though. The reason why I know this upon reflection is there's a period in time when I was young, I was identified as a gifted person. And that gift by luck, it's just sheer luck. I don't necessarily think, well, it was by coincidence, I guess, because I was like a transfer student and I looked different. I guess I might have projected some sort of emotions differently, like, and somehow I got identified, right? So the reason why that created very salient is because I became happier and more content to go to school immediately after being able to participate in that program. As in, that program did things that are incredibly much more dynamic outside of just memorizing things and foundational knowledge, right? Because the learning process is the same. It's standardized because it takes a very long time on average for someone to create the foundations of learning, because they're not really engaged, like in an emotional way. Like, kids tend to learn faster if you can gain their emotional engagement. And generally, the one-size-fits-all in formal education, it's a hit or miss. It's an averaging effect. It's a very mid-averaging effect, right? And for me, it wasn't. And what happens is that it feels like I'm doing the same thing. The only thing that changed was its context. Like, all right, well, if I'm going to learn English, it's a very similar approach to the way I learned math, which is the very same approach in science. That standardization in early education is to help overcome the time efficiency, the mere exposure that's needed to condition the large majority of students to normalize that type of learning. Well, in the gifted program, like in the gifted time, we have like an hour. I think it was like 45 minutes. All we did during those times is to learn differently. That's it. Like, they just gave us different tasks that we had to do to solve problems differently. So then when I couldn't just memorize things and then, regurgitate it and then solve the problem that way, I had to learn new skills, new learning skills. How do you construct something when you don't have the knowledge of doing so? And that's when critical thinking, problem solving feed into the learning process. And that was the most remarkable thing I've ever taken away from high school. It was kind of like a mix of middle school and high school. And then when you go off to college, that's basically it. That's history. The moment you get into upper education, I went to a liberal arts college and then a liberal arts university for graduate school. And one of the things that is characteristic of this phrase liberal arts is the idea that you're challenged to think differently, or think as comprehensively as you can, as flexibly as you can, interdisciplinary as possible, not necessarily iterative. So yes, there are tools that you need to understand foundations and iteration. However, the idea is you are going to come up with very challenging questions and problems you have to solve, and the things you learn might need to adapt to it. And that engaged me for a lot. Actually, one last story where this ends is that it engaged me so much, it consumed my life. So the other day when you were talking about burnout, I burned out. The end of the story, like the big end of the story, is I burned so hard that I it only took like 7 years before I burned out. I loved everything about it. However, I couldn't physically keep up with it. It was so demanding that I stopped eating. I stopped talking to other people. It just consumed my life. Like talking to other people in a self-management way. So like I stopped talking to friends. Like and stuff, like socializing outside of the task of learning and doing things. So it became non-sustainable. So I know for sure that this is something that I enjoy a lot. It gives me the most dopamine. However, I have to build a life around regulating it, because you can totally burn out. Obviously, that's what dopamine addiction is, right? Only I'm not addicted to, like, I don't know, clicking circles. I'm addicted to the idea of people clicking circles and how they learn to click circles, as opposed to me saying, oh yeah, it's really novel, you know, that you're making this type of music. Tell me how you came about making this music. How did you learn to appreciate this music? And that's endless. In my opinion, it's endless. If it's the same and it meets my predictions, the next one can be different. It's constantly different. It's often not consistent enough to think that, oh, the next one's gonna be exactly the same. Unless you're a cynic. I can understand when people become cynical about these things and say, oh yeah, you're just another person who is, which I feel like I might have accidentally given that impression. But generally speaking, that dialogue we had, just to tie it back to where all this digression occurred, the dialogue about classical guitarists, it is so pre-selecting. So when you pre-select a choice, a career choice, as opposed to grounding it, you know, balancing it out with objectivity and realism, generally it's incredibly, in my opinion, it's beautifully naive. It's endearingly naive. At the same time, it doesn't stop them from becoming great people. My discussion about it is usually presuming that that person would like to hear something different that may help ground their expectations. And if they reject it, then we don't talk anymore. That's fair enough. It's anyone's prerogative to walk away from it. I will generally not walk away from it, because my whole entire goal is to get the story from the person. So it's not a fair comparison. It's a one-way exchange. And you would have to keep cynicism at bay to really know how it feels to burn out about that. I burn out about that because it's just, I don't stop. The people that I talk to stop me, and I hope that's the case most of the time. If I ever meet my adversary and they would like go toe to toe, I think both of us would probably lack sleep, drain each other, and we would be in like a very vicious positive feedback forward loop that requires a third party to help regulate. I haven't met a person that rivaled me. Just not that that person doesn't exist. It's that the things I choose to do doesn't enrich for bumping into someone like that. Like the platform I choose, the things I do, rarely those people are concerned with using their skills to do this type of thing, in my opinion. Did most of it happen before university? Do you think you could have chosen any subject in university and be equally successful in PhD? That's a fun thought experiment, huh? We'll start with a popular logic. We'll start with the logical one. So if I really love learning, right, in such an early age, is there something natural, like naturally objective about learning that when you take into the structures that already exist, like the social structure, like the learning social structure, like what is science supposed to be? And again, this goes back, I'm gonna relate this back. It goes to contemporary viewpoints. If the contemporary viewpoints is that people who learn very well caters to the sciences, then I would probably say no. I wouldn't have chosen just any subject, but I would have probably been very coincidentally likely to choose the same path, right? That's one perspective. That's one little like logic perspective, right? If learning process is inherently logical, or it necessitates a form, an aptitude for logic in order to like get the best of the learning process or excel, and I live in a society that have certain career outlooks that emphasizes that particular property, if we accept this to be true, then the answer would be no. I wouldn't be equally as successful in other fields, right? Let's accept that for a moment. Now, if we were to accept that the learning process can vindicate any type of glass ceiling I have. So for example, not even just PhD, let's go further, right? Not even PhD, let's go to like sports and human resources, like communication, speech, and things like that. If learning unlocks that potential, I would say then we have to think about it subjectively. So not appealing to logic. Let's define it more in the sense that what does it mean to be equally successful? Well, a lot of times to someone who has a PhD, at least in my opinion, is to be able to, if the problem is to be successful, like the task is to be successful, one just simply have to convince oneself to be successful, right? Because I mean, philosophy is part of the doctorate. So I would argue that if you were to ask me, and I'm someone who chose, I don't know, the path of psychology or something, the answer would probably be resounding yes, regardless of what it is. Because if the learning process is necessary to appreciate, just like be able to be content and appreciate the full extent of a discipline, then if any form of my parallel universes who like choose their topic, they would probably equally say they were successful or feel successful, and they would probably all disclaim that successful is subjective, which is a big take too. That's when appealing to the subjectivity thing, right? That is to counterbalance the whole contemporary thing, like objectivity and finding other people to agree with logic. The opinion that I just said is the people who trailblaze, like, oh, it doesn't matter what I do, as long as I do it to the best of my ability using my skills, which is the learning process, I will become successful because I would have done things in my image and I would get to a point where I feel successful. And that's kind of like reminiscent of integrating the idea of someone who identifies as a creator who only wants to make the things in their vision. So that's not appealing to logic. That is appealing to subjectivity. And then it would be a remarkable yes. Right? If you do not care about what other people think about, you can only be successful. That's how the human condition dictates that you are the only person to be able to determine if you're successful. You could, and it is possible to hate yourself. Absolutely. So we're not talking about it in that sense. But you could end up so the opposite of all this stuff, right? What is unsuccessful using the let's counter the other stuff. So on the one hand, if it's a no, then it would mean that if I chose another profession, then I wouldn't excel. I wouldn't become equally successful. And that's it. Like, that's objectively how you would compare it. You compare it cross-sectionally. I am, say, 70th percentile of psychology field, my theoretical self that chose psychology, and then I'm 90th percentile if I chose biology, right? These two things. So objectively, you could say, okay, and then let's throw one on top of that. Let's take the second perspective and talk about philosophy for a moment and psychology. In these universes, there's only one me. So even if I'm in the 70th percentile of psychology, I don't know, and I won't tell you that I would know that I would be in the 90th percentile in science, in biology. So no matter what, I can rationalize that I'm successful. This is in isolation. So when we're doing these thought experiments, it's not only necessary to balance objectivity, which is like you're comparing your hypothetical self, which I'm appealing to, right? Say I'm 70% here, 90% here. We're hypothetically comparing things that can't exist at the same time. And then when you think of subjectivity, since these people can only exist in isolation, they would be having the same exact conversation if you're doing the same learning process. Like, if that is held consistent, then I would naturally have come across all these things again. And what I would come to the conclusion is I would feel successful as a psychology major, biology major, or any of it, because it would be in isolation, and I would give you the same remarks about, since I don't know, I don't have a clone here, right? Literally in coexistence, whatever I end up doing, since I'm a learner, rarely is there a downside. The longer I live, the more positive I become about myself, generally speaking. Like, what is the one thing you have to do every single day? Well, you have to live. Well, what opportunities do you have when you're living? You can choose to learn. So if you're always learning every day, then you get up every day and you always feel like you won. What that value is, I spend a lot of time evaluating that. So I must also be able to appreciate feeling negative, right? So there are things that I can tell you that made it more difficult for me to do other things. That's a way to balance myself, because learning process also involves discomfort and things like oaths, pushing myself to an edge that's uncomfortable, then falling back to an edge that is comfortable, is something that I use so that my learning process doesn't fade. It doesn't like become stagnant. So a lot of times this would be a segue into where I talk about how people love challenges in their lives. And this is also kind of like what we just talked about in music, where I would probably ruffle some feathers here and there and they would like leave on the drop of a dime. That's fair. For sure. I always try to end with a complimentary statement, because I truly believe the most arrogant, egotistical people are the ones that can change the course of history. I'm just not one of them, right? So here, when it comes to the learning process, I need to do the same. I cannot rely on the idea that whatever I'm doing that's done well is the thing that will continue to pay out. So it's kind of a paradox. To describe what a person that loves learning is a person that is consistently trying to balance being in their element and out of their element. When you're in your element, you learn the least. When you're out of your element, you have the potential to learn the most. You have to balance the risks with how out of comfort you are. So this feeds into the digression of challenges. When I want a challenge, I let someone else determine what I have to talk about. So what is the most challenging thing for someone who wants to learn about people and learn about how to communicate with them, make mistakes, perhaps come off as some arrogant person who thinks they know more than another person who spends their entire life dedicated to the field? Right? I've made those mistakes, absolutely. Whether intentionally or not, they are part of the learning process. And all these discussions and whatnot, I place myself inherently knowing that. So what are the skills that complements that? I know how to apologize. I know that I make mistakes. And I actually will tell the people, I'm sorry that I made the mistake or I push aggressively. It's part of my learning process. So I hope you understand that if I don't give it my all, I won't learn or change because of it. And that I welcome people to be aggressive but understanding. That is a challenge. So when you're thinking about musicians, right? I like to tie everything back neatly so that it reinforces everything. One last thing, right? One last thing is that if you like a challenge, the greatest challenge is the things you don't have control over and then how you adapt to them, in my opinion. So if you're a musician, oh no, don't worry. This is the final one. If you choose to only make things for yourself, it can feel very lonely and challenging in itself. But if you choose not to care about things you can't control, then it's typically less challenging. You don't have to take up the challenge. So when someone is selfishly making music for themselves, that's a different type of challenge. I'm not suggesting it's any less or more challenging than caring about what other people like. Yeah. And you're welcome. Always. I'm always here to have a digression. Because, you know, videos abode. Good night, though. Thanks for hanging out again, Alex. I love the questions, by the way. You should lead a conversation sometime. I would love to know what's on your mind. Like things that you slept on or something. So you're always welcome. Alright. And sleep well. Thanks a lot. Alright. So, yeah, we already wrapped up that, so we're gonna... guess I'm gonna break it up into 2 segments. Alright. We're gonna switch game. Thanks. I will try to have fun. And sleep well, and good luck with everything, Alex. Okay, let's say goodbye to O's. Happy holidays. Oh, I forgot to say that. I keep forgetting to say Merry Christmas to peeps. Okay. In case they observe. Alright. Let's say goodbye to... I love this track. This is a great back-end track for discussions. Starfield. Alright, O's. I'll see you next time.
See you next time.